Hey, Henrik Turner, how you doing? Cleveland, how you doing, guys? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Um, I'm trying something. I've got my earbuds in with uh with the mic, so I want to know. I want to know if you guys can hear me. So I'm gonna step outside and I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna come back in. Let me know if you can hear me. All right. Did you guys hear me while I was out there? Didn't work. Damn. Supposedly I can do it, but I guess I have to do it via the YouTube Studio and go live through that. I do have titty mics, but they don't have earbuds. Also, if I can't get these mics to work, I don't know. I don't know why these mics won't. This mic won't connect. But I cleaned up my house, so now I got to find my titty mics. It is what it is. All right. Well, then I'll just make you guys suffer with listening to me through this terrible microphone on the these Raycons. Hey Matthew, how you doing, bud? Let's get that plugged in. All right, so this is going to be a rather long video today. Here's what. Well, let me unplug this. Give you guys an update as to what we're going to be doing. Right here, you can't see a damn thing, can you? Hang on, let me do this. So, this is the plan that I had purchased from Woodsmith magazine. You also got their actual article that they had in the magazine. That's what all this is. All right, but the more important plan is this one that gives you actual measurements and things. This would be like a technical drawing, right? So this I'm using as my baseline because I know this plan works. So I will be adding modifications as we go, but this is my baseline. All right. So what today is going to be is a lot of noise. So I will most likely mute the audio. For at least a good portion of it. So if you guys come and go, like don't feel obligated to be here the whole time. I get it. People do things. So that being said, I'm gonna make some noise and make some sawdust. I did clean everything up over here. We're starting with a blank slate to see how much sawdust we create. All right, stuff in my eyeball already. I didn't even do anything yet. I don't know how long I'm allowed to stream, but I'm just going to keep it going. Maybe until 8 o'clock. So, all right, guys. Without further ado, I'm going to get to work. I will try to let you guys know what I'm doing size-wise as I go. Oh, they stopped pushing it after 8 hours. Okay. we'll see how far we get. I know first thing we gotta do is we gotta get stuff cut down to size, to length. Oh, good lord. Can't see a damn thing over there. Let's put you over here. We're gonna get things cut down to length, and then I'm gonna dig out the planer. Stop at 8, we start again. Well, I'll be doing it again tomorrow. This will be my future for the next couple of weeks, or this will be my life for the next couple of weeks. All right, I'm gonna get this put away. I don't need this right now. That's probably pretty close. Not really. Ba, 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 ba. Mm. Alright. Alright, that's better than nothing. Alright. I don't know if my angles are going to be good for you guys. I'll try to move the camera around so you guys can actually see stuff. But like I said, during most of the milling process, or at least a good portion of the milling process, I'm going to just mute the mic so that you guys don't go deaf listening to my nonsense. One second. All right, there we go. Let's put you guys over here. That's probably pretty cool, huh? Let's get that. We'll do this. That's probably not bad. All right. Still doing milling. I just figured I'd turn the mic on for a little bit. Alright, let me see here. So cut 2 more pieces out of that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. That's a split. Let's come to the end of that split. What's up, Runick? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. Hi, Jessica. Thank you. You too. Appreciate you coming in. Okay, so what I did here was I cut hopefully more than enough wood to make my 2 side panels. Obviously, these need to be thinned down. These are about 4/4, a little heavy. About 1/8 of an inch heavy on 4/4. So these will be the end panels. Probably all 6 of these. They'll go through the planer, they'll get cut, trimmed up, squared up, glued together, and they'll set over there. So let's carry these pieces over here. I need a stretcher. I'll get final size later. I'm going to need 4 pieces at 37, so I might as well make them 40. And I bet I can get 2 of them out of that. Plenty of room. No. I have different wood for that. Sorry, guys. Gotta dig through my lumber here. This shelf right here is mostly project lumber for this project. I just have to dig out the proper pieces. Did I have it? No, I'm pretty sure I had it in maple. That piece is twisted. There, smaller pieces. No, the rails are cherry. I'm sorry. Rails are cherry. Uprights are maple and black. These are boards that I don't have to mill because I was looking for curly. So, hey, thanks, Turner. I appreciate that. You can see some of that nice curl in the cherry here. There. So I can get two of these, cut at 40 inches. See which side is the prettier side. It seems to be pretty much the same all the way through. There's my two rails. Doop-a-doo-boo-doop-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, that's true stuff. I have to go pick it up. I have to go pick up that order this weekend. Ends, rails, I'll have to cut the styles then, and you know what, let's cut the legs while I'm here. The legs will be 30 inches tall. We're going to go probably 34 inches. Give me a little bit of wiggle room. And I need 4 pieces. So we're going to do rough cut cherry. And I'm going to do a little something extra in there. Paid with brownies. Alright, so I want 34 inches. Let's see, is this going to be wide enough to do 2? I don't want to use, you know, an 8-inch wide board, or in this case a 9-inch wide board, to get one 5-inch wide board and then have a bit left over that I can't use for this. But this will be big enough to get 2. Which will be 1 leg. one leg. We'll keep that. Let's see. I'm gonna need another piece. And lima beans. I had her make lima beans with butter and salt. That's all I need on lima beans. That one actually might work. Yeah, that's fun. Gives me a little bit of meat. We'll go this way. Lima bean soup. Never had that. How is Miss T doing? Oh, I forgot to mute you guys. I'm sorry. I got my buds in. And it's super quiet. Leg times 2. All right, let's see. I'm going to need some feet, which we're going to use their measurements here at 20 inches, so we'll make them 22. And you know what? I could probably actually get them out of this one piece. Because I'm going to be doing a little something extra. I'm going to go with that 22. Yeah, they want 20. I'll go 22. You know what? Let's go. Let's go 24. So I have excess material. Feet times 2. Alright, leg and feet blanks are cut, or at least the millable portion. There's going to be some black walnut and some maple in there. Hey, look, it's a post-it note thing. But we'll get to that stuff later. Let's see. In terms of millable material, or material that I need to mill, actually, I think that's it. My end caps. Taco soup. Ooh, that sounds good. Another dentist Thursday. Should be done with it. Nice. Steps over here trying to get recipes from Mrs. T. We're going to try to cook them southern foods. Taco soup and cornbread when you get back from Rhode Island next weekend. Huh. I do like me some cornbread. I tell you what, if you make taco soup, I'll make the cornbread. Cast iron pan. The only proper way to make cornbread. I have the cast iron. Yeah, let's see. End caps. Mill those, glue them up. My 4 runners, which I don't have to mill because they're already milled. My 4 leg pieces. And my 2 feet. The uprights will be maple, so they're not going to have to get milled. Oh, I have to make a stretcher. I need a stretcher. The stretcher has to get milled. So it's going to be a 3-piece stretcher. Jiffy in a muffin pan? No way. No way. You got to put it in a cast iron pan, throw it in the oven. Or cook it on the stovetop with a foil over the top of it, I guess. Oh, man. Alright, so I need to make a stretcher, but I don't know my final size yet, so I'm going to have to make it significantly oversized. So if I go by these dimensions here, which is what I've been doing, I would have to make it 37 inches long, but it's going to be a through pinned tenon. So I'll want an extra 2 inches on each side, at least. So 1.5 inches. So I need an extra 3.5 inches each side, so 7 inches. 44 inches long. Perfect. You don't have any of those? Of course you don't. That's fine. I've got plenty. Alright, 44 inches. And I need... You know what? I don't have to mill that. I have the piece right here for it. Alright, perfect. I've got the cherry that I need. Let me make sure this is the right length. It's going to be 2 pieces of cherry with a piece of maple sandwiched in between, or vice versa. Yeah, that's Chris. That's 5 feet long. That's plenty. I only needed 4 feet, so that'll be fine. All right. I think that's all the actual mill work that I need to do is right there. So here's where we're at so far. We've got these pieces are going to be our end panels for the actual box portion. Right, they're got to get milled down, cut down to size, glued up. This board right here is the 2 feet. That's got to get milled up. I need another one. I need another one of those. All right, 2 feet long. Oh, how's this piece look? Is this piece pretty good? Yeah, that'll look pretty good. Pardon me. Cut this off here. All right. Now I've got my 4 feet, which will be milled and glued down to 2 feet. My 4 legs here, which will be milled, glued down to 2 legs, with a little extra piece thrown in there. Same with the feet. When the 2 join, there'll be an extra little fancy bit. I've got my 4 rails, which will be top and bottom of the sides. I will need to cut up some maple vertical pieces for the rail. Hoppity boot. Girly maple, here we come. The stretcher is over here. I'm not going to cut that yet. I like that piece of maple. We're going to go with these 2 pieces of maple. It's a little wonky, but it'll be all right. These 2 pieces of curly maple will do just nice. Now, my assembly on this is there's not going to be any mortise and tenon until you get to the stretcher for the two uprights. Everything is going to be floating tenon. So the extra length that I'm giving myself is for milling, right? So I can make sure that my ends are square. I have room to adjust if my overall measurements are a little off, or I discover there's a crack in a board I need to cut off, things like that. The curly maple here is already 3/4 of an inch thick from the lumber yard. Same with the rails, the curly cherry rail. Those are 3/4 inch thick. They've already been surfaced 4 sides. So these will take minimal amounts of planing and milling, but they will still get some mill work done to them. All right, but I need vertical rails out of these, which, if we're following these directions, which I think we are, I need them to be 12 inches long. So I think we're going to go for 16 inches. Let's get these ends squared up. Get a nice clean surface there. Hey Vineyards, in case I didn't say it, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. We're going to go 14 inches. You know what? Let's cut them at 16, just so I have a little bit of wiggle room. How many of these do I need? Let's look. 2, 4, 6, 8. I'll give myself a couple, 10 of them. That was ridiculously sharp. there's my rails. I got 10 of them here. I should only need 8, but I've got 10. And each set came out of the same board, so I can keep the same look going down each side. Like, you know, one side came out of this one side came out of this one. That way, the color variation between the two, which I don't know if you guys can see it, one's a little darker than the other. That color variation should be aesthetically pleasing because both sides will match. Head down, get it done kind of live? For the most part. I'm just, also, hi Grass, how you doing, bud? I got my fan on up there. I need to get it built, so there's that. But I also don't want to get distracted talking to you guys for terribly long. You know, and end up with a 8-hour live with 20 minutes of actual work. But here we've got most of the pieces, the bulk of them anyway. We've got our legs and feet here, which have to be milled. We've got our end caps here. Yeah, end caps here, which have to be milled and glued up. We've got our curly cherry rails. That's a light curl. And we've just got our curly maple stiles. Now, there is more that's going into this. There'll be some black walnut and then some other maple pieces. And there is a stretcher that we're going to make to put in here. It'll go between the two legs and it'll be pinned so that you can disassemble it and reassemble it as you see fit. And it'll have a black walnut pin. I think the contrast will be nice. There's 2 more pieces of maple I have to cut for the legs and the feet. So 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces total. The Bar Run Forge Gathering? Yeah, you did, Vineyard. Or Brian. You did. I will, I'll check it out. I don't know if I'll go to it, but I'll check it out. Never seen me drink an actual drink? Yeah, I don't do it very often. And it's Saturday. Usually by 9 o'clock on a Saturday, I've got something in a koozie. But this is almost empty, so. We'll move on to the happy time drinks. All right, so I need 4 more pieces of maple, curly maple. It doesn't have to be curly, actually. Yeah, now that I think about it, it doesn't have to be curly because we're only going to see the end. So that is why I got this piece here. Which is still curly, but it's a face cut. There you guys way over here. Like, I don't know if you can see looking down that piece of wood. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that, the little bit of curl that's in it or not. Eh, it's not important. The curl in here isn't important. There will be a little bit showing on the end, on the edge grain, which is all we're going to see. But it's ultimately not a we're just looking at the contrast between maple and cherry. That's the visual appeal that we're going for. Alright, so I need 2 pieces 34 and 2 pieces 24. Oh, wait a minute. I may have to make a run to the lumber yard. I don't think I have the proper maple. This isn't wide enough. I'm about a 1/2 inch too short on thickness or on width. And I don't think I have enough left. I don't think I have enough small pieces of maple here to make up for it. I'll make a run to the lumber yard on Monday, so we'll cut those pieces later. Can I make it work 3.5 inches? No, I bet I can. It's going to be 2. Two and a quarter to 2 3/4 inches thick. Cut in a 2 1/4 inch hole out of the middle of it. No, I can't. I need to get a wider piece of maple. I need to get 4-inch piece wider, 4-inch piece wider of curly maple. So I will do that this week. I'll stop at the lumber yard. Better write myself a note. What's up, Alan? Go do women work, take care of the dishes. Have fun, Steph. Okay. I need a piece of curly maple. Inches wide, and I need it to be at bare minimum 48, 68. Need about 10 feet of it. I've got that piece. That piece doesn't matter. All right. Got myself a note. Go get that piece of lumber I need yet. Lumberyard's closed now, so. And I know they have curly maple in stock, so. What's up, Janelle? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate that. All right. So, I got that note for the lumberyard. And I think got my stiles, got my rails, got my end caps, got my legs, got my feet, which I can mill. I just can't glue up yet. Excuse me. Perfect. Pick these chunks of wood out of my saw. All right. I think that is it for the bend or the chop saw work. We're going to do some planing. I will mute the mic. I will mute the audio for the planing. It's going to be extremely boring for you guys. An hour in, we got almost everything rough cut. I haven't done any of the black walnut cutting yet because that is going to be more of a cutting it while assembly is taking place thing. And there's some more milling that I have to do with black walnut, but we're going to be milling it with the bandsaw. We're going to be resawing it because I need thin pieces, somewhere around the neighborhood of 3/8 of an inch thick. Right? I think that's what I decided. Yeah. Around 3/8 of an inch thick. But I'm going to go ahead and get set up to do planing. There's not that much that needs planed, so hopefully that goes pretty quick. No, I misspoke. It will not have a black walnut pin. It will have a maple pin. Maple's harder than black walnut, and I don't want it to crush. Building this thing for longevity, the idea is that it would be a piece of heirloom furniture. So we aren't going to do, we're going to do things so that they are the strongest that they can possibly be with the materials that I have chosen, which is cherry, curly maple, and black walnut, or cherry, maple, and walnut. Of those three, cherry is the softest, the black walnut will be the second softest, and the maple will be the hardest if you look at the Jenga scale. In fact, I think I'm going to, I think one of these days I'm going to laser engrave a Jenga scale, post it on the wall over here. At least with the common woods, particularly the ones that I use, and the occasional, Purple Heart, Tiger Maple, things like that. Zebra Wood. Spot in the floor. We're going to keep this little pipe on there because it just blows the stuff off to the side instead of right onto my lumber, which is really annoying. Oh! Good Lord. I will have to put my mask on for this. We're going to see if we can't catch most of it in my little trash can here. Somehow I doubt it. It's going to hit that and just blow off to the sides. But it is what it is. It at least keeps it from hitting the wall and blowing out both sides real far. Just got to make some adjustments to my in-feed and out-feed to try to minimize the amount of snipe that I get. I've noticed that the snipe will usually be minimized if I tilt the ends of my wings up. Now, I know this isn't the most scientific way to do this, but I don't need perfection, I just need it to be close. I think that'll do it. I'll run a test piece through and make sure this is where things get really boring for you guys, so afternoon, Coffee. How you doing, buddy? I appreciate you coming in, man. Jenga scale? Jenka. J-E-N-C-A or J-A-N-C-A? See if I can get you guys so you can watch all the sawdust that's going to blow out right there. I've noticed that while the trash can doesn't collect a whole lot of the sawdust, it stops it from blowing full force into the wall and then blowing out. It hits the lid here and then it kind of deflects it and it just kind of is on the floor right here, which is above and beyond better than everywhere. But I need a proper drink. And then I'm going to mute the mic to do some work. Let's see, I need a piece to run through as a practice piece. Here's a short little piece. Run that piece through as a practice piece. It's after 12, my time. And I'm sure somewhere it's after 5. Jenga sounds more fun. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. Yeah, Jenga does sound more fun. All right, I'm gonna get my mask put on though, because even with that filter fan on, this does make a ton of dust. So I will. I'll be back to chat with you guys here in a little bit. I'm gonna do this test piece. Make sure I'm minimizing my snipe, and then I'm gonna move on to the pieces that need to be planed. So. I forgot to mute you guys. I'm sorry. But I do have very little snipe here. I don't know if I can get it to see this line across here. That's the snipe mark. And it is super light. It's actually sandable. And it's not on the edges, it's only in the middle. But this board is cupped, so that could probably have something to do with it, maybe. But, alright. I'm going to mute you guys and I'm going to do some actual work. I'll be back here in a bit. Wrong button. All right, guys. So, oh. Runic, yes, I did. I did get your email about the kitchen project. I did send a reply, unless you sent me a new one, and I haven't gotten it yet. All right. So I do have a couple more pieces that I got to mill. Looks like 5, and then I'll be done with the planer, at least for now. Um, we got quite a pile over here so far. And a fair amount in the trash can. So sweet. All right, I'm gonna hit the last of the planer so that I can turn the mic back on and chat with you guys for a bit. Maybe we'll get some more people coming in and hanging out. Um, but yeah, that's where we're at. Give me a few more minutes. Alright, guys. Hi, Mrs. T. Daniel the Manual. Oh. There's still a lot of fine dust floating around in here, but the fan will take care of it pretty shortly. Oh. But I have successfully got my stuff planed down. Sorry to blow the dust off the screen. Need a lima bean soup recipe. I'm having a great day so far, Alan. Hope you're having a good day. Good Saturday. Nice weekend. All right, let's see. How much went in there? Not a whole lot. How much went on the floor? A whole lot. Yes, he has, Mrs. T. Yes, he has. All right. These are all milled to the same thickness. Well, at least thickness planed to the same thickness, which is good because these are the legs and the feet. Sorry, these are the legs of the feet. They are all the same thickness, so that's important. The side panels over here are all milled to the same thickness. That is also important. For right now, until I have the size for the stretcher that I need and the curly cherry or curly maple pieces that I need, because I got the wrong thickness of a piece, we're done with the planer. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to break these down into, we're going to give them straight edges. Excuse me. And we're going to get a panel glued up. And then we'll cut down our rails to the proper thickness that we need, or width. But I need a drink to wash off this sawdust. My beard apparently doesn't filter as well as that mask does. Although there doesn't seem to be any fine dust floating around in here anymore. Oh, there is. There's still a little bit, I guess. But it's all circulating around. It'll go through the fan here shortly. All right. Well, let's get the planer put away. I'll show you guys the mess that I made. And then we're going to scoop some of that up. So I'll take a break from the power tools for a moment. We're going to try to clean up along the way instead of waiting until there's a massive pile. Now, the astute among you will notice that my leg pieces, that I didn't flatten anything. I just ran it through the thickness planer. I took several light passes on one side. If you saw me looking at them, it was to put the cup, like, you know how a bottle cup like this, right? It's dramatic, but I put these pieces down first so I can flatten the top, and then get a nice, you know, once I take that down flat, I can flip it over and get a flat base for it to ride on. You could take really light passes. You guys seen that I took a lot of passes here. the lighter the passes, generally the easier it is to flatten a board, or the flatter you'll make it. A thickness planer, this machine here, will not flatten a board just running it through there. If you put a board in there that's shaped, like a U, and you put it in there, it's going to flatten that board out. When it comes out the other side, it's going to be the exact same shape that it went in, but it's going to be a different thickness. Right? And so I took the bulk of my stuff and I sent it through the thickness plane. Now the legs and the feet, when they get glued up and they get cut down to size and glued up, I will put them through the jointer to get 2 square edges, and then I will run them through the thickness planer again. That way everything should be relatively flat. The panels, I do not have the capability to glue the panel up and run it through the planer. So those are going to be flat to feel. That's what I like to call it. I'll sand it. I'll use the pencil trick, right? Sand it. Try to make it as flat as possible, and so that when you rub your hand on it, it feels flat. Crockpot's your style. Yeah, it is. All right, let's get some of this stuff cleaned up. I'm a big proponent that not everything has to be flat. Flat to feel and perfectly flat are 2 different things. For the most part, if it feels flat and it's not, sitting on a flat surface, that will be good enough. If it's sitting on a flat surface and it's not flat, it will rock. For those, I would use a router jig, a flattening jig, but like a cutting board. But there's no need to do that on here, so. Man, it's warm in here. Should probably turn the heat off. Oh, so heavy. Short of an actual dust collector, putting that piece of PVC I found under my deck on there was Now, when you're making things flat to feel and not mechanically flat, you then have to account for that when you're building stuff. Like my 2 end panels, if they're not perfectly flat, I need to account for that when I put it together, or the whole thing might twist, warp, whatever. I'll show you guys what I mean here probably in a few days. Alright, let me see what my... What's my phone at? 76%. Plug it back in here in a few minutes. There's a mess that I made. Doesn't seem like much, really. But when you're doing that all day long, making, you know, a bunch of stuff. It adds up quick. I used to not clean as I went. Like when I get done with the planer, I try to clean up, because it just makes it easier to clean up that way. I used to just wait until I was done with the project, or maybe clean up on a weekend, and just build everything, make a big ass mess, and then I'd be sitting here going, man, that's a lot. I don't think I want to do that. And then it would sit here for a few weeks and get even larger. That was one of the times when I had sawdust piled up to the bottom of my garage door windows. Because I said, I'll clean it up later. So I just kept sweeping it over that way. Hi, Mrs. A. Oh, you're very welcome. It's a pleasure to build it. Congratulations on the grandchild. Here's my pile of sawdust so far, just from the planer. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome. Gives me a chance to get back into what I really enjoy doing, and that's furniture building. It's one of my favorite things to do. I mean, I enjoy woodworking in general, making cutting boards, making signs, all of it. It's fun, but furniture building is. There's I don't know. There's more of yourself in a piece of furniture. This is all that made it into my my trash can here. So I think what I'm gonna do is, until I put in the dust collector. Yeah, it's nice to meet you as well. Until I put in the dust collector, I think I'm gonna run a piece of screen around the trash can, so that way the air will come out, but the dust chips will stay inside. She tracked you down. Better be careful, Alan. Now she's gonna know all the people you talk to. Should have put my mask on for this. You'll be all right, maybe. All right, so you guys saw how much was on the floor and how much was in my trash can. Where's my trash can now? I mean, it's a good sized trash can. Sawdust adds up quick. But it has warmed up in here quite a bit. I think I'm going to turn the heat off because, good Lord, roasting in here. I don't know what the temperature is outside, but it was only in the low 50s when I came out here. So let's see what it is now. Well, according to my computer, it's 62 degrees outside, so I don't think I need heat anymore. We're gonna take a minute, take a breather, chat with you guys for a few minutes, have a drink, let the dust clear out of here a little bit, then we're gonna break out the table saw. What's up, Wayne? How you doing, buddy? 66? Oh, all right. I know I opened the door and it's nice out there. It's not raining anymore. At least not here. All right. So, we got table saw work. We got a lot of router work to do. And we got to do glue up. 81? Hell yeah, I'll trade. Hey, Robert, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. As I said in the video description, I'm going to we're going to make this a build diary of sorts. When I get down to the final sizing, if I need help with work, not right now. Sometimes I get a little overwhelmed with work, but not right now. But when I get everything that I cut now is oversized, so that I can work it down to the proper sizing as I go along in the process. But when I get down to the final sizing, I'll try to make sure that I let you guys know, so that way anybody who's like trying to do a build along type thing or get measurements for stuff, you have numbers to go off of. But going oversized and working down to the final size is it's just how I've found to make less mistakes. And I always give myself You know, depending on the piece, I'll give myself 2 to 6 inches of room. It can be a lot of wasted material, um, but I'm doing that. I'm doing that thing with these cutoffs with the notepad and the pen. Um, I've got to send out. Ooh, I got to send out somewhere around 70 of them for all the different orders that I've gotten. So those I'm going to just bulk ship those one day. Because they're small enough I can fit them in my packing envelopes that I got, and I can just print out labels. I feel like it's a nice little surprise, I guess. Maybe. Potentially. Maybe people will get annoyed seeing just a random package show up at their house. I don't know. But we do have to do. I think what we will do first is I will get the side pieces milled, cut down to size, get straight edges on them, get those glued up. That way we can get those set aside, and they have, they'll sit there until tomorrow, um, before they come out of clamps, and then they'll probably be sitting there for a little while longer. Excuse me. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to get the side pieces milled down and glued up, and then we'll work on cutting everything else. Well, guess I should have thought that through a little bit. All right. These are the side pieces. We need 2 straight edges. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut them. We're going to get relatively straight edges. We're going to joint them. And then we're going to get them glued up. The squareness of these panels, because they're oversized, doesn't really matter. I can make within reason, I can make the when I cut the final piece out of it, I can make it square, if that makes sense. But if I like the way the grain runs, I can make it square to that grain. If that makes sense to you guys. Let's get my saw blade up, and if I'm not mistaken, these are all 3/4 of an inch thick. If my gauge on the planer is accurate. They are exactly 3/4 of an inch thick. Perfect. So we'll get these cut down. and we'll get them laid out. We'll try to figure out what sides, what pattern is better, how it looks, because every piece of wood is different. And since this is a panel, we want it to be visually appealing, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to do the cheating method with the level. That probably won't work. That'll work though. We'll probably make that happen. Now, this is making the assumption that my level is flat. And since I haven't bashed it around, and this level only gets used out here in the wood shop, I think it's a safe assumption that it's flat, straight. Seems straight enough. Not making clocks here. Let's not do that. So we're going to go probably about there. That should give me plenty. I need 2 clamps. These 2 are actually smaller, so I think I'm going to use these. Now, you don't have to, when you do this, I'm just using an F clamp to clamp the level to my fence. I'll show you guys what I'm doing here in a second. Once I get it done, I'll move the camera so you can see. But you don't have to squeeze like crazy. You're not trying to make it do anything that it's not wanting to do. You're just holding it in place. Right? This is all I did. The level has this lip here on both sides. I'm just pinching that lip to my fence. That's it. There's not a whole lot of pressure on there. I can wiggle that around. In fact, now, because I wiggled it, I gotta readjust it because it worked its way up. Yeah, you're not trying to bend it. You're not trying to put a ton of pressure on it. You just want it to not move. That's it. You want it to stay. It's now part of my fence. It's a fence extension, which allows me to take a board where, let's say it was at the end of my fence and there was a bow in it and it's following my fence. I'm going to copy that bow to the other side. So what I've got now with the extension is, before it even gets to my blade, this whole piece of wood is on this level, which is acting as my fence. So any bow that's going on here will not transfer here. This will create a straight edge. That's the idea. It's worked for me thus far. And then I take it to the jointer when I'm going to do jointer work, or glue up panels. Sometimes I don't need to joint it, but on this one I want really tight joints. So we're going to joint this. Sometimes I can have decent joints with just the saw blade. But on this, we're going to call this fine furniture. I want perfect glue joints. So, all of these should be roughly the same thickness. And of course they're not. They're all different thicknesses. So, we will adjust each one individually. At least till that first, once that first cut's done, then they will all be, I'll be cutting them down to the same thickness. So, or width, I guess. All right. I'm going to mute this just so you guys don't have to listen to the table saw run. And I'm actually going to put my mask back on. By the way, all of the fine dust in here has already gone. It's all, there's none here to speak of. All right, guys. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Now, what was the overall thickness for the panel we needed? We need, at bare minimum, 18 inches wide. Now, I do have a trick that I can do to stretch my wood a little bit. And I'm actually thinking it might not be a bad idea to do it just for the pretty factor. Alright, so almost a perfect joint. Almost, not good enough. So that'll be the jointer. Oh, there's plenty of wood here. Holy cow. Alright, let's see. So this one needs another panel thrown in there. Let's see what 3 panels look good here so I can get a rough idea of the size. Ooh, that one warped. Alright, let's do this. That is going to be problematic. Is it the same on the other side? No, I can recut that. Alright. I have more than 18. Way more. I'm over here at 23. My other panel is going to be like 24 and a half. Okay, we got plenty of meat in there. Now, what you could do is, instead of trying to hide the joint lines, right, and have one panel of cherry or whatever, you could, because I'm using maple and black walnut as maple as part of the design and black walnut as an accent piece, you could put a strip of one or the other in between each panel, right? So I'd have 2 strips in here. Now, that only works if you're being symmetrical, in my opinion, which means the distance between this strip and the outside edge must be the same on both sides. Because if it's not, you will know it. Like if this side is a 3-inch gap and this side's a 6-inch gap, it'll look goofy. That's not ideal. Now these panels are not going to go up in this fashion, but I just wanted to know that I had enough width. The only real issue is this was a separate board. The other 4 pieces were from the same board. This one was a flat sawn, this one was rip sawn. That's going to create a visual issue for me. But we do have enough. We could do something like that. Try to carry that. Give it the impression that it was a much wider tree, and you have straight edge here and cathedral grain here. or at least give it symmetry. Or could put a piece of this on each end and frame it with the straight grain, the ripsawn stuff, and then both ends match. Something like that. Right, which you guys can't see a damn thing. I'm all tangled up in power cords and stuff here. So, ripsawn, cathedral grain. So if you put, because I have one that's at 2 different boards and I didn't see that one was cathedral grain. Now I could go back through and I could get more ripsawn. I know I have some in there. I'd have to mill all over again. Or I can put the flat sawn piece with the cathedral grain in the middle of the 2 ripsawn and do the same on each panel, because I have 2 of these and 4 of the ripsawns, which is probably what I will do, just so that I have symmetry between both ends. And it does kind of give it the impression or the appearance of a much larger piece of wood, because the bigger the piece of wood, the less likely you are to have it all ripsawn. Or, I'm sorry, the smaller the piece of wood, the less likely you are to have it all ripsawn. The larger pieces, you can get much more. You can get ripsawn on the edges and cathedral in the center. In a bigger panel like this. I don't know if I even explained that right. That didn't sound right when it came out of my mouth, but here we are. I'm gonna glue it up, and you guys will see what I'm talking about. Oh, my chat was frozen. With the grain in the middle piece? Yeah. I assume when you had said that's your daughter-in-law, Jennifer? Oh, hi Jennifer. How you doing? I hope you like the finished product. Just getting the whole family in here today, huh? That's awesome. I know it doesn't look like much now, but it will. Hopefully. Right now, it's just a couple pieces of wood here, a little pile over there, and some wood here and some wood over there. But I do have to get my layout figured out so that I know which edges are going to be where. Because when I do... I sent out my stream? Awesome. I appreciate that. Everybody working on goodies for the baby girl? Hell yeah. When I do my jointer work, I take, like, these 2 pieces are going to be joined here, so I will flip them face to face for this joint and run that across the jointer, because then if my jointer isn't perfectly square and I do it, this way, and I get a 1-degree angle or a 89-degree angle, and then I do this one and I get an 89-degree angle, now I'm gluing up like this, right? And I don't like that. But if I cut them both at the same time, the angles will be the same, right? So they'll match up and they'll sit flat. Even if they're at a 45 degree. They'll match up and sit flat. The other way you can do it with just one single piece is you can mark each side with an A and B and go, all right, well, this side I'm going to do A in, and this piece I'm going to do A out. And that does the same thing. We're doing the same thing, but we're doing it in one pass. But I need to figure out how I'm going to lay these out, because layout matters when it comes to joint work. And I need to get the proper facing. Let's see. Both panels will have to be facing the same direction. So because I have this cathedral grain piece, both panels, that cathedral grain has to point the same direction, right? Otherwise, one will be facing up and the other one will be facing down. It looks like somebody assembled it upside down. Which is just goofy looking, in my opinion. This piece I have to run back through the saw. It's got a little bow into it, and I don't know why. Probably because when I cut it, I released internal stresses. And she's gone. Hey, to each their own. To each their own. I appreciate the people popping in when they pop in. To be fair, though, I still make fun of people who do YouTube videos. Like, if they're doing them in public. Like, I'm at the store and I see somebody recording a video, I'm going to make fun of you. Because you can't do anything in your life without a camera attached to you. I actually really like that layout. That grain does kind of flow together. This grain, not so much. This way a little bit. It does kind of work. I do have to cut that side. Alright, let's see. You know what I need? I need to lay these both out so I can look at both pieces. So let's pull this one over. The drawback to the rift sawn is you got a lot more of that medullary ray stuff going on. But because it's highlighting, it's framing the cathedral cut piece, I don't think it looks that bad. All right, so let me get these situated to how I think they look good, and then I'll show you guys. You guys can decide if you think they look good as well. It actually kind of flows really well. So I'm trying to look for a color match, or at least close to it, as well as the grain. I don't want the glue up line to be a harsh transition. But this piece I do have to run back through the saw. I won't be able to joint that out of it. Okay, I kind of like this. It's not terrible. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible. I really like that panel. This panel isn't bad. I wonder what happens if I turn this over. Oh, that actually lines up way better. Now, if I cut that down, get rid of this lighter strip of wood here, that actually might not be bad. Do I have the width to do that? I'm pretty sure I do. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that grain will actually kind of run together really well. I have to resaw this board, and I think I'm going to cut a strip off this board. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at here. And you can let me know what you think. Clean the sawdust off my camera. Okay. So here's the first panel. I have to resaw this piece because I got this little bow in here. I got to get rid of that. It's not bowed on the outside, so there must have been stress in this one. One of them, when I cut it, the cut-off piece flailed out real bad. So I'll just, I'll trim that one. But I don't think that is too bad. And you can see that those kind of darker spots, that's where the medullary ray stuff is. They're not as pronounced on cherry, but it is still there. So I think that grain actually lines up fairly well. And then that piece will go here. And then the same with this one back here. Those darker spots show up real good depending on the angle of the light. I'll have to make sure I joint that out of it. That's just a dark spot in the cherry. But I think this grain pattern works here and here. I think I want to trim off a little bit of this. I see I got some lighter wood right here next to darker. So I want to trim that down a little bit. Wiggle that over. But I think that's going to be the pattern. I don't know which side will be top and which side will be bottom yet. We'll figure that out later. But I just need to get them marked so that I can get them jointed and glued up. But we're going to call this panel 1. I'll do the carpenter's triangles here once I get these cut and jointed. And I can see a final look at them. But I will be right back because I've been out here for 3 hours now, and it's time for me to go into the house for a minute. I'll be right back, guys. And I'm back. And I also forgot that I had my headphones on, so I really hope you guys weren't listening to me. It'd be awkward. Alright. So, I need to make 2 more cuts. I think I want to cut this one right about here. And then this one will get just a trim. Alright, so this one goes over here. That one gets cut, this one gets a trim. Trim on this side. this one. It's cut right about there. Okay. Let's get the jointer out here. Table saw put away for now. We will be using the table saw again, so I'm not gonna like fold it up and put it away. I'm just gonna drag it to the back of the shop. Hey Steve, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. You didn't find any mushrooms. Is it mushroom season for you? I don't hunt mushrooms, so I don't know. I don't know when they grow. Never found any before. I found all kinds of mushrooms, but I don't think they were the kind of mushrooms that I was supposed to be finding. You know, like ones that you can eat and not unalive yourself. It's his season. Yours is just starting. Well, damn! I gotta go out into my woods back there and see what I can find out there. Then again, I don't know what I'm looking for, so I'll probably get something that I'm not supposed to get. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, it could be. Swamp would probably be nice too. Alright, let's get the jointer put up here and do some jointing work. Look under maple trees. Oh man, how did I get my cords tangled up? There we go. Well, I got a ton of maple trees. Especially out at the hunting property. Alright, let me make sure you guys aren't going to be in my way. You'll be way far away. I'll still smack the camera 7 or 8 times. I need a couple of clamps. These Jorgensen ones are already out. So what are you working on this weekend, Steve? You getting the D&D table started, or? All right. I have to call him out on it. All right. I don't really know that I need my mask for this, but I'm going to put my mask on anyway. The jointer doesn't usually make a lot of fine dust, but then I don't have someone crying in my comment or in my email. All right, I'm gonna mute you guys so you don't have to listen to this thing, but try to have you in a decent spot so you can see what I'm doing. This is not necessary. You absolutely don't have to have a jointer. I have one. I'm gonna use it. Okay. So, you know. dehydrated marls on Amazon. That's all I need the jointer for today, or at least right now. We do have a lot more table saw work to do, and even more router work. But I'm going to get these panels glued up so that they are usable when I want to get them cut down to size and shaped. Because they will not be square panels. They will be kind of like a trapezoid with a like a handle that comes up, hangs from. All right. Get these glued. I gotta throw some tape on some culls because I want these to glue up flat. I reckon I need some plastic. I don't think I have. I do have plastic out. $92 out there in the shop. Plus, you're working on the baby sweater. Get after it, Mrs. T. Get after it. Oh, I never cleaned my clamps. Oh well. Oh well. I need one at each end, one in the middle, so 5 clamps per panel. So we'll put 2 on the top, facing down. And my culls. I gotta put a piece of tape on my culls so they don't stick to the boards. Because believe it or not, wood glue will stick to wood. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but it's pretty scientifical. Oh goodness. Do I have culls long enough? Do I have to make some? Let's see. I'm just over here digging through my random wood pile. There's the side of the 2x4 crack with screws, but the other side don't. Well, I'm assuming you're going through it this way, which is splitting the grain. And if you go through it this way, you're just punching through all the grain. That would be my guess. If I had to guess. A screw is basically a wedge. And if the grain is running this way and you're trying to put a screw between there, you're just wedging them apart. Hey, look at that. There's one set of calls. Really? Oh. Ow. Goddamn splinter. Here will be the other set of calls. I just need to tape these so that they don't stick to the glue. And I just use the blue masking tape. I was making a shelf. You got all your powder paint up there? Hell yeah. Get after it. You can use packing tape. The glue definitely won't stick to the packing tape, but painter's tape works too. Excuse me. guys are looking at me instead of what I'm doing here. So I'm just taping up my culls so that they don't stick to the wood glue. Nothing fancy. I had a set of that metal track that it's like C-channel with holes in it. You can bolt it to your ceiling and hang like furnaces off of it and stuff. I had some of that I used as coal. But I ended up having a project that I needed to use it. And I went, yeah, I'll just use this. I'll get new stuff later. And then later never came. And now every time I go to the store, I don't think about it. It's been on my list for months now. I don't know if Runic is still in here, but I'm kind of interested to see his. He'd sent me a design for a kitchen island. I believe it was an island. I think it's going to look really nice. The only thing that people have told me that packing tape will do if you use, or masking tape will do if you use it on the cull, like I am, is I guess sometimes you will have the color bleed into your wood. Now, I've never had that issue, but this is also Scotch brand, so maybe it's a brand thing. And again, maybe it's just a urban myth, urban legend. People think that because it's colored, that means it's dyed and it will bleed. I don't know. I've never had it happen. I've never seen it happen. Oh, goodness. Did my chat freeze? Nope. You guys are just quiet. You don't want dehydrated? They're nasty. All right. Well, that's good to know. I'm assuming you're talking about the mushrooms. It should be here this week. Alright. There's 4 coals. There's 4 coals. I need a beverage. We're gonna make a trip up to the drink store here soon. Running kind of low. I need a couple of 6-inch clamps. Need 4 of these. 4 each. All right, I think I'm ready. Now, because I'm cutting this down, I'm not worried about denting the sides. It'll get cut away anyway. So, if you are working with much tighter tolerances than I am, put a sacrificial piece on both sides. Right, a little bit of chip out there. All right. A little bit of chip out. Also, sacrificial. Gave myself plenty of extra room. Make sure I don't have anything stuck to either side. Alright. So, we are going to glue these 2 edges and smack it together. I need a paper towel. We're going to glue this. I'm going to use Type Bond 3, even though it's a darker glue when it dries. Type Bond 1 and 2 are generally a little lighter. But I'm going to use 3 because it's what I have on hand, and it's pretty much the only glue I use anymore. Plus, this is for a baby, and babies can chew on things, and, you know, spit is wet, so. Plus, it's non-toxic, so there's that. glue is cheap. There's no need to be stingy. I mean, I waste a lot of glue and squeeze out and dripping on the floor and on the table and stuff. But glue is cheap. Having a bad glue joint is expensive. So I would rather have far too much glue and have a bunch of squeeze out than not have enough glue and have a bad joint. Also, at this stage, there's no need to worry about wetting it and wiping it, and blah, 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 because this isn't the finished project or product. You're going to be sanding it, going to get finished. What you really care about is making sure everything is flat, and you don't want to squeeze out all your glue. Don't squeeze it all out. You don't have to crank on these handles like it's your job. Plus, we're going to be putting culls on here. So, that one's at the wrong spot. I need this one to be out here. Okay. We're going to throw our culls on. And then we're going to throw our top side clamps on. So I like to put my culls on and then I loosen my clamps so that the boards they don't have as much tension on them pulling them together, so they can flatten back out. And then I'll retighten my clamps. Oh no. There we go. Now, as far as I'm aware, there is no too tight for the culls. But my experience, if you use boards that have a bow to them, and you put that bow down, so you're pulling the bow out of it, you'll have a much better clamping. I don't know, experience, I guess. No beating on them, no hammering them flat. Use culls. Makes life simple. Then we'll take two more, put them in the middle here, just so I have extra clamping pressure, or even clamping pressure. We're not going to worry about cleaning up any glue because I'm going to scrape it all and sand it. So the only thing we're ultimately concerned with is how good our joints are and how flat the boards are. And so far, they're pretty flat. I got glue on my fingers. Nice, Steph. You're finally ahead of schedule. There we go. There's one panel glued up. And we're gonna set this one off to the side. Now, because I put so much glue on them and my glue joints go this way, I will tend to stand it up so that the glue doesn't run across the board. It will run down the joint. So we are going to do this. Time for another one. So, need some more panel clamps. This panel clamp actually has wood stuck to it. That's weird. Let's make sure. Let's see now. Yeah, I've definitely got to take some time and do some panel clamp cleanup and re-wax them. I need these clamps to all be this big. Roundabouts. Make sure I don't have glue caked in there. Lock that I need. Go. We're going to put this one on the top, this one in the middle, this one on that end, this one will come out here to the other end, this one will go on the top, and this Harbor Freight one will go on the top. Oh, gosh. So, this is side one. This is piece two. This is piece three. Really? Yeah, one that I can't get out. Whatever. That one will just... That one will just clamp down further. All right. All right, let's get some glue spread, get the second panel glued up. Now, because I know somebody will ask why I didn't use biscuits or dowel pins or something on these joints, it's because there's no need. Biscuits are for alignment, not strength. Dowel pins are for strength, but there's no real need for strength on these panels. The glue is going to be far superior, or far more strength than we really need. Not superior, but the glue will be more than enough. How about that? Okay. This one to clamp. This one out here to clamp. Okay, we'll get our culls put on. And we'll probably go about here. Now, you are welcome to add dowel pins or whatever you wish, but I don't particularly see a need for it. Because the glue is stronger than the wood anyway, so when glued up in this fashion. So if the wood is going to break, dowel pin isn't going to stop it. Let's loosen this one, let those pieces fall down. Perfect. Get this other section in. We'll come out to here. Now, if this was figured cherry, I would put dowel pins in it because figured is prone to failure. Work my way back out here. It's only prone to failure because the grain goes crazy different directions. What makes it beautiful also makes it weaker. And I'm not even 100% sure that a dowel would make that any better. being honest. Now, would you not have to use culls? No, you wouldn't have to use culls, because the pins would hold it flat before alignment. Biscuits, however, they don't align very well. They're very sloppy most of the time. I guess it depends on the biscuit and the cutter you have, but my biscuit joiner is very sloppy. And I got glue on my shirt. My headphones died. Alright. So there's our second panel. Let me throw my headphones back in the charger. Gotta wipe them off before I throw them in there. Put all that ear dirt and sawdust on them. Those are charging. Anyway, there's panel number 2. Those are the only panels we have to make. We will be doing leg glue ups for the legs, the stretcher. Those will be, and the feet will be face gluing those together. But let me wipe this. See if I can wipe this glue off my shirt. No, I just made it worse. That's all right. Let's take this, put it over here. With the other one. There we go. 2 panels sitting over there by the wall. Alright. This sheet can get thrown away now. The interesting stuff, if you're all about saving money, right, this plastic roll, like when glue dries, it pops right off. Just saying. I mean, it tears super easy. I don't know if it's really worth reusing, but all right. I think that it is past lunchtime and almost dinner time. So we may end up calling it here soon. But I do want to get some more pieces cut, if at all possible. Unfortunately, I can't glue up the legs and the stretchers yet because A, I don't know the final size for the stretcher, and B, I don't have the piece of curly maple that I wanted, or the piece of maple that I wanted. It didn't have to be curly, just had to be maple. Oh, I could change it up. I could do it with black walnut instead. But then black walnut would become the main. Nah, then it's not much of an accent. Nah, I'm going to stick with the maple. There are some smaller pieces that we're going to cut out of black walnut, but that won't be today. That will be here in a couple of days because I need the legs and feet glued up so that I can get the proper sizing for the blocks that I need out of walnut. But this is already 4 hours long, and we may call it. We may. Let's do a recap of what we got. Let's see if it's good enough to call it a day. All right, so we got our 2 end panels for the bassinet, the baby carrier thing. All right, they're in glue up, so that'll be there for a few days, or until we get around to cutting them open. We've got our maple styles, curly maple styles. We got curly cherry rails, and we have our legs and feet planed but not cut down. I suppose I could cut the rails down, cut the legs down and stuff. Well, I don't want to cut the legs down. I want to cut those when I put the maple, when I have the maple, so I can cut everything is going to be the exact same width. So we'll do that later. But I could cut the rails down real quick. That won't take long. I'm basically splitting those in half. So let's do that pretty quick here. Maybe I will try to find a piece of maple. I mean, I could go to Home Depot. I'll pay a fortune for it, but they do have maple there. I've used it before. Gone to Home Depot when I messed up a piece or I needed just one single piece and the lumber mill wasn't open or they didn't have it. Alright, so we are at 5.5. That means I want my stuff to be, the center of my blade to be at 2 3/4. Since I have an 1/8 inch blade, that Alright, we're going to cut my 2 rails real quick. I'm not even going to bother muting you guys. We're just going to get these cut. Then I think I'm going to hang out and take a break for a few minutes. Is my chat broken? Or are you guys just really quiet? If you're quiet, I appreciate you watching anyway. let's get our rails cut. Freaking beautiful. That was the factory cut. My cut. Alright, there's my rails. They will run through, I will run these through the jointer. Make sure they're all nice and square. Well, my cut edge is square and clean. The other side looks pretty good. So what we're going to be doing with these, we're going to run them through the router straight down the center of this, from end to end on all 4 of them. And we're going to put our mortise in the bottom, and on the inside of the bottom 2, we're going to cut a dado on the router. We're going to run it straight down from end to end. That is going to hold the bottom of the carriage, which is just going to be a sheet of 1/2-inch plywood. It's very stable, strong, and we don't have to mill it all crazy. I need to mark these so I don't mix them up, because I want top and bottom to be the same. There's our 2 rails. Well, 4 rails. Then, what we're going to do is we're going to take each one of these, we're going to make them probably a little thinner than this. And we're going to run a groove in there, and a groove up this side. And on the top, we're going to make a dado. No. We're going to We're going to make a tenon, right? That is going to fit into the rail, and these will slide over. This groove here will be where a piece of black walnut goes. The groove on both sides. 2 of them will only have a groove on one side, right? Because they will be the ends. And then the legs, you know what I'll probably do is I'll probably make a run up to Lowe's and just spend the $40 for hell, it's probably gonna cost more than that, for a piece of maple, just so I have it, so I don't have to worry about getting to the lumber mill. If they have one that's white. If they have it that's nice and white, then I'll get it. If they don't, then I'm not going to worry about it. but I want a bright white piece of maple. Two of them, because if I got to drive from town, that's about a half hour away. I don't want. I want them to fit in the bed of my truck. I don't want them to be sticking out, getting all dirty and wet. Lowe's might have maple, but they don't usually. Hi, Purple Haze. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. How's life in Germany, Hayes? We're just taking a breather right now. We got our panels cut and glued up, two of them. We got our leg and feet assemblies over here, waiting on another piece of maple because I got the wrong thickness of maple up there. We got our side rails cut. We got our maple stiles cut. And the black walnut that we're going to be resawing to 3/8 inch thick is going to be after things are cut. Once we get all the grooves cut, then I will resaw the black walnut. And that way I know it's the proper thickness. I can cut it to fit, if that makes sense. But you know what? I really think that's a pretty good place to. Excuse me. I think that might be a pretty good place to just call it a day. Been out here since, I don't know when I went live, 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago. So about 11 o'clock. I think I'm gonna call it and start again tomorrow. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. I will after this is uploaded, I'll go through it and I'll put in timestamps in the description or in the pinned comment, something, so that people can jump back and forth. But other than that, I think rough cutting and milling is pretty well done. Tomorrow we will do, if I can get a piece of maple, if I can get the proper maple, we'll do up the legs and the feet, get those glued up, and we'll start working on the stiles and rails. So it'll be a lot of router work and a little bit of table saw work. But I think that'll be about it. Oh, I got to go to the hardware store anyway. I got to pick up some brass. So, yeah, project's coming along nicely. Making good time on it so far. So, everyone, thank you for watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. We're gonna make this a daily thing. If I'm gonna work on it, I'm gonna do it on live stream. So it's a true build diary. With the exception of drilling out the mortises, because I got a buddy who's got that drill, so I don't have to chisel it. But I'll explain to you how that works later on. But all right, guys, thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it, and we'll catch you tomorrow.